sí, sí, sí. Hola, sí. Hola, sí. Hola, sí. Sí, sí, sí. Ey, sí. Hola, sí, sí, sí. Sí, ey, sí. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ey, sí. Hola, sí, sí, sí. Hola, sí, sí, sí. Sí, me está entrando. Le doy a grabar y ya está, pero... A ver. Epa. Hòstia. S'acaba de voler reiniciar l'ordinador, eh? Mm. Ai. Ei, sí, 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 sí. Digue'm. Sí, estic... Ah, era per comprovar que arriba la gravació.
Bueno, pues buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Apologies for this delay. Logistics doesn't always work as it's supposed to. I would like to begin by welcoming all of you to this day devoted to people with disabilities in discussing the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights and its impact on the European citizens. I would like to thank everyone who is here in the room, who have made an effort to come here in person, but I would also like to welcome everyone following online. I would like to express our gratitude to those who made this day possible, our colleagues at COCEMFE Catalunya, in collaboration with COCEMFE Spain. This collaboration has been made possible due to a grant received by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain. It is therefore granted that I thank José Manuel Álvarez, who is not here in person, but who will join us through a short video that we will see in a few minutes. We have received a lot of support from the local and regional activities. We have here representing the Catalan government, the Secretary of Social and Family Affairs, Luis Torrens. We also have with us the Director General of Inclusive Education, Laia Asso, and the Subdirector General of Labor for Diversity and the Third Sector, Isabel Garcia. Representing the local authorities, we have the Counselor of Health, People with Disabilities and Strategy Against Loneliness, Marta Villanueva Zendan. The goal of this day is to give visibility to the European pillar of social inclusion in terms of employment. Specifically, we want to showcase the current situation and highlight that we must work together, especially because now Spain is having the presidency of the European Parliament. The European Pillar of Social Rights highlights that everyone has the right to access to inclusive education, quality education, as well as having their needs covered when it comes to employment, whether it be for others or self-employment. Despite the commitment of the different administrations of the European governments and that the European Union itself and the advances of the recent years, persons with disabilities in Europe are still in disadvantage. I would like to give some figures about the 87 million people with disabilities that live in Europe. Half of those 87 million feel discriminated. We are in higher risk, 50% higher risk of poverty and exclusion. And there is a higher rate of school leaving. Only 50% of persons with disabilities work. And that percentage is 75% for people without disabilities. It is evident, therefore, that we need to take action so that rights are not only a priority but a reality. We want to take advantage of this day to discuss and learn from good practices that we have identified in different places throughout Europe. That is why we have invited organizations from the third sector in Spain and in Europe that will present their experiences of long life learning of people with disabilities. We will hear from Monica Chava, police officer of the European Commission. We will also hear from Eleonora Lamio and Marta Cid Panela, among others. I am sure this will be a very interesting day. I hope we leave this room with new ideas and more knowledge about how we can make the rights of people with disabilities for employment in Europe. Thank you. Now we will see a short video. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to open this day organized by COCEMFE. Since 1980, the Spanish Confederation of People with Physical and Organic Disabilities has been a great example for people and persons with disabilities. Thank you for your work and congratulations for everything you do. Today, you have the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union, and cooperation, because the Spanish government believes in a European Union that is closer and reaches closer to our citizens. The European pillar of social rights deserves a spot in this day. We work for a Europe in which everyone has its place and social policies are the response to the daily problems that European citizens face. The European Union is a project that looks for the welfare and the well-being of all its citizens, including persons with disabilities, of course. 4 million Spanish citizens, 87 million European citizens are persons with disabilities. There is a new project, the European Card for People with Disabilities. We will hold a meeting in November to discuss precisely this project. At the same time, we will promote the suffrage for persons with disabilities, because they also have the right to access the full voting system. We are also committed to adopt a toolbox in terms of demographic issues. And we will discuss this in the Higher Commission for Aging. We want to promote European policies to work towards a healthy aging, also for persons with disabilities. We must work towards a new strategy to promote independent life of persons with disabilities. We want to improve their working conditions. All these measures are at the core of the social Europe as far as we understand it. The Europe that the European presidency envisions is fully inclusive. Today, we want to further reflect on this Europe that we envision, because only working together we will make it a reality. We want to make this reality possible for all citizens, including citizens with disabilities. Thank you again for your work and enjoy the day. We would like to thank Minister José Manuel Álvarez, Minister of Foreign Affairs. We hope to see these good intentions become a reality, and that persons with disabilities can fully enjoy their future, living independently and owning our own life. Now I would like to give the floor to Luis Torrents Melik. Good morning to the president of COCEMFE, also to my friend next to me, Subdirector General and the Councillor of the local governments. I would like to excuse the Regional Minister, Mr. Manzano. Today he was in another meeting, but on his behalf I would like to thank you for inviting us. Since the minister is not here, I'm not saying hello to him, but well, if he ever sees this, I would like to say hello to the minister. I would like to begin by thanking the work of COCEMFE Spain and COCEMFE Catalunya, the work that you've done through the years towards the improvement of life of persons with physical and organic disabilities. This day is celebrated because the Spanish government is having the presidency of the European Council. However, this issue is ever relevant. We will focus on two different areas today: education and employment, through two strategic areas of inclusive policies. It is also as important to learn from good practices of associative movement and third sector institutions and entities. Some of them will be highlighted today. And these good practices should be applied to achieve a more social Catalonia and social Europe, with real opportunities for persons with disabilities. The employment rate is lower for persons with disabilities, but in Spain and Catalonia, employment rates are even lower than in Europe. So we have a lot of room for improvement, and we must do more. Promoting the full participation and inclusive participation of persons with disabilities is a challenge that we must all work for. We must work for their rights, and we must take into account in everything the government does. Not only social affairs must work for this, but all the different departments of the government must tackle this issue. We must take into account discrimination, problems that persons with disabilities, especially physical and organic disabilities, face, because we must guarantee their well-being. It is not a matter of changing terminology, but also looking at the reality with a different angle. We must change the paradigm. It is a reality that the guarantee system must guarantee the rights to have an independent life and to receive the support needed. We must promote that all persons with disability can fully enjoy their rights and fundamental liberties. It is not an easy task, it is indeed very complex, but it is an urgent matter that we must tackle together. In this regard, from our department, Social Affairs, which I am here representing, we are working a lot to improve the lives of persons with disabilities. Hopefully, we will see some of the fruits of our work in the coming weeks and months. We did a study in Barcelona 3 years ago, and we have done this at the regional level in Catalonia. We are in the last stages of the National Pact for Persons with Disabilities, Mercè Valle and I expect to have a first draft of this pact in the coming weeks and that we can approve it at the end of the year. It is a very important step because it will define the strategic lines of the government so we can guarantee cross-sectional integration of persons with disabilities. And this document will be based on the main lines of the convention. We are also reviewing the social portfolio. The regional minister has committed to this. We are currently working on reviewing all this and hopefully we will have finished by next year. We are making some edits currently on this document. In the coming weeks, will be approved. We will approve the accessibility code. We have been working on this for many years, and we will be at the forefront of this in Europe. We are also working closely with the Justice Department to work on a law of legal capacities. We want this law to be applied in line of the general legislation, meaning that we want to give more autonomy and independence to people. In order to apply this legislation, we must modify the current legislation, and that's what we are currently working on. In any event, as you can see, a lot of work ahead, a very full agenda, and always keeping in mind the full inclusion of persons with disabilities. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Laia Asso, Director General of Inclusive Education. Thank you very much. I would like to apologize for the absence of Ana Simó, who along with Mr. Campuzano is currently at a governmental meeting. On her behalf and on my behalf, I would like to thank COCEMFE for organizing this day today. The Secretary has already mentioned some of the work we are doing, so I would like to focus on our thoughts and our reflection on education systems that we've seen in other European countries. We have been able to exchange good practices with Switzerland, Italy, and other countries. We are looking at similarities and also at common challenges. We have also looked at the last 5 years since the Inclusive Education Decree 150/2017. We have looked at the progress made, but also at the work left to do. The education system is the first social environment where children with disabilities interact. So we want to facilitate a social environment where we can guarantee the right to be in the regular education system. We want them to be in the regular education system, and we want them to be there comfortably and learning. It is not a matter of only being there. We want them to learn. We are fully aware of the work left to do, of the progress made. We also need to look at the positive things we have accomplished to keep our motivation going, and we need to be aware that we cannot move forward alone. If we know where we are and where we are going, which is the transformation. When we hear inclusive education, it may seem like a small thing, but it implies transforming the full education system. In order to do that, we need resources that are currently insufficient, but very necessary. In addition to resources, we also need a change of culture. We need a switch. We need the entire education community to change their mindset. If we do not get the entirety of the education community to be aware of how necessary it is to work towards inclusive education, we will not be able to change the mindset. Usually, we see that people who are not aware of what inclusive education means focus on the barriers. And I'm not talking about physical barriers, I'm talking about barriers to education. We want to create an environment where everyone feels welcome, comfortable, and where everyone can learn based on their own abilities and based on the diversity that the education system must embrace. Just a couple of things that we've been working on that I believe key to move forward. We have an agreement between departments with the health department to see how we can respond to health needs in the education sector, but also to the education needs in the health sector. For example, those children who for some periods of time cannot go physically to schools. And we are working on providing education in hospital environments. Next year, we will renew this agreement, and we will include the Department of Social Affairs, which was missing before. We cannot work alone, and that is why we will work towards achieving more engagement and participation. We have some special committees precisely to that, because we do not want to work from our offices isolated. We want to include the community and their ideas, and that is what we are going to keep doing. And now we want to further promote the participation of the education community. Usually in these sort of committees we have families, but not enough. We also want to include education centers. We want to include schools so they can be drivers of change, to work all together so we can be more inclusive. We are focusing on 2 stages of life: 0 to 3-year-old. We want to advance the rights of children 0 to 3 years old with disabilities so they can access the regular education system. And of course, in the post-obligatory, post-compulsory education. Because if we only focus on the compulsory education, then when children with disabilities turn 16, our work is not something they can access anymore. That is why, again, we are focusing on non-compulsory education as well. I just want to reiterate that we remain fully committed to inclusive education system. Hopefully one day it will not be needed to add the word inclusive. I would like to thank COCEMFE, because I am sure they will work hand in hand with us to achieve this. And we want schools to make the world a better place. Thank you. Thank you, Laia. As you say, if we achieve social and education inclusion, the entire society benefits from this. Inclusion is a tool for future. Now I'll give the floor to Isabel Garcia Hernandez, Subdirector General for the Labor for Diversity and the Third Sector. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to be here. I would like to thank COCEMFE for organizing this event and its president for his kind words. I would also like to thank my colleagues on this table from the Catalan government. We work together, and I would also like to thank the Barcelona government for being here. We are very grateful for being invited here to discuss the principles that the action plan for the European Pillar of Social Rights works towards improving the conditions of persons with disabilities. From the Catalan government, we have been working on this for many years, so people with disabilities can foster their abilities and meet their needs in a more fair country. Piggybacking on what Luis said, we have promoted a national pact for the rights of persons with disabilities. We are currently working on the last stages of this document, and by the end of the year, hopefully we'll have a final version. The goal of this document is to define the strategic lines of action for the government, so inclusion is a reality for persons with disabilities in line with the UNCRDP. We are also working on the Agenda 2030 to incorporate and include persons with disabilities in the labor world. We want a dignified employment for everyone, as stated in one SDG. The chair of COCEMFE mentioned a little bit this about the figures. In Catalonia, we have 660,000 people with disabilities, and 300,000 of them are in age of working. But as it has been announced, 50% of them are unemployed. I am here representing cooperation, the third sector, and diversity, and my department is working towards inclusion of vulnerable populations, specifically persons with disabilities. We also take into account persons in risk of exclusion, and sometimes people with disabilities are more likely to be in risk of exclusion and poverty. This does not only go in line with SDGs, but also we are in line with the principles that inspired the strategy adopted by the European Commission in 2021. We also work in line with the European Pillar of Social Rights towards a European Union that is more socially fair in the 21st century. We work with third sector entities and with the private market. The Catalan government has several programs in place. Many of you may be aware of them because you participate in them. We have provided grants with the help of the European Union. We have, for example, the Next Generation programs, and I will give some examples of those. Part of the funds are devoted to special employment centers, and there are different lines of action. One of them is the minimum salary. that promotes the employment of people with disability in special employment centers. We also finance specialized and multidisciplinary teams so they can support these people with disabilities in their place of employment. We also try to respond a specific problem, which is early aging. We want to help persons with disabilities who work at special employment centers and facilitate their transition to retirement. We also have many other programs, diversity and enterprise, and those are financed by MMR funds. And some of these programs look for a change in enterprise and company structures so we can raise the awareness of persons with disabilities so they can be included and incorporated in different companies. We also provide guidance. We want to improve the employment rate of person in this situation and specifically in the regular market. All this goes to speak to the commitment of the Catalan government so we can have social opportunities for persons with disabilities and they can have their life project become a reality. The future of the country will not be a future if we are not inclusive. We must put persons at the core, and persons meaning everyone. Thank you.
Gracias, Isabel.
Thank you, Isabel. Now I give the floor to Marta Villanueva Zendan, Counselor of Health, Persons with Disability, Strategy Against Loneliness, and President of the Municipal Institute of Persons with Disabilities. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Luis Torrens, Laia, Director General of Inclusive Education, and thank you, Isabel, Subdirector General, and good morning, Ancho. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Frederic Crespo, the Chair of COCEMFE Catalunya. You have chosen a wonderful place to hold this event. The title today is the European Social Agenda. We must have a dedicated agenda to this so we can highlight the challenges in the present and in the future at the European level for persons with disabilities. This is something that affects us all as a society. Barcelona is considered to be one of the most accessible cities in Europe. It's something that has required a lot of work, and we have worked alongside COCEMFE Catalunya, COCEMFE Spain, but we are aware of the work we have to do. I always try to use the metaphor of a bicycle. We have to ride slowly because the moment we stop moving our feet, the bicycle falls down. So this is our challenge, to keep moving, even if slowly, so we can guarantee the autonomy and independent life of persons with disabilities. In 2006, the Barcelona local government had a pilot project for personal assistance to persons with disabilities or dependency in Barcelona. We provided housing to users who needed it. Now this service has been fully consolidated and it is one of the main line of actions of the local government. In 2018, we adopted the strategy and plan for universal accessibility. All areas of local government be aware of disabilities, of the lack of accessibility, and we need to tackle this issue from all the departments. It has been said already, but we must put persons at the core. We must not work in an isolated manner, but rather when working towards the city of the future, we must integrate all areas of action from all the different departments. We need to work towards accessibility, meaning physical accessibility, but also accessibility to services. We want this personal assistance to be a universal service, so everyone can decide how they want to live, if they want to live alone, if they want to live with a partner, with someone else they choose, etc. At the end of the day, we want to guarantee the right of making their own decisions on how they want to live. It is a right of the persons, but also a duty that the government has. And when we have to guarantee this right, we must be aware of the lack of resources we have, but we must not be taken aback by the lack of resources. We must continue pushing so we can work for a more dignified life of persons with disabilities, including the right to employment. When we have a dignified place of employment, a job, we can have the life we want. So as government, we must work towards this to guarantee the autonomous life of persons with disabilities. I wish a fruitful event. Having seen the agenda, I am sure it will be. Thank you.
Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much for your words. And with this, we end this opening table, and we're going to move to the next session.
Bueno, pues vamos a continuar.
Well, we're going to continue, and since we're behind time, I'm not going to introduce the speaker. I think Monica is already online. She's been invited so she could open this conference. She's going to talk to us about actions of the Commission aimed at people with disabilities, including the strategy for people with disabilities and the European Pillar of Social Rights. She's a policy officer of the European Commission. We have her CV, but since we're lagging behind time, Monica, you have the floor, and so you can take advantage of the minutes you have.
Buenos días, hablaré.
Good morning. I'll speak English because my Spanish is not very good.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much on behalf of the Commission for being invited to this very important meeting. I didn't quite understand how much time I have. I have prepared the presentation to last for about 15 minutes. I will try to maybe do it in a less time. I will see if I will succeed. So I've been asked to talk about the framework, the European Commission framework for support of persons with disabilities, mainly the European Pillar of Social Rights and the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities. So first of all, I would like to mention that I represent the Social Inclusion Directorate, the Social Inclusion and Disability Unit, and we have a whole team in the Commission working on the disability. And our main policy framework is the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities. So I would like to start with the strategy. Voila. So this strategy has been put together for the years 2021-2030, and its main objective is to support the implementation of the United Nations Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So all the member states and the EU institutions are the party to this convention, and hence we decided to put together a strategy that would comprehensively look into all areas of life. What is important about this strategy, for me at least, are two aspects. First of all, the human rights. So it's the rights approach. We don't take the charity approach, we take the rights approach. So which also supports the European Pillar of Social Rights approach, about which I will talk later, which talk about rights to participation on an equal basis. And another important issue is the twin-track approach, which means mainstreaming. We use a lot the word mainstreaming. It means that we're not trying to segregate persons of disabilities. We try to create universal policies, universal measures, universal services that also target persons with disabilities, so they could participate on an equal basis, on par with other people. And of course, we take into account the diversity of disabilities. There are many disabilities. There isn't a very single definition across the EU. Some disabilities are invisible, and we take this into account. The strategy has 8 priority areas. I will not talk about all of those. These are the ones listed on the left side from 1 to 8, covering, as I said, every aspect of the life of a person with disabilities. But most importantly, the strategy has 7 so-called flagship initiatives. These are the main initiatives, and this is the objective of my presentation, to talk a little bit about each of these flagship initiatives. We also have 57 Commission different actions, meaning the actions that we within the Commission plan to implement, and also calls for the member states for certain measures and action to be implemented on a national level. So let me walk you through the seven initiatives. The first one is the Disability Platform. The Disability Platform is a group that pulls together stakeholders that play a role in disability policies, disability implementation. So this would be the national ministries, the governments, the experts, and the civil society organizations. So we decided to pull all those stakeholders together to meet on regular basis, and this would help us implement the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities, its different calls and its different measures. The platform has been initiated in 2021. We had already a number of meetings, and we meet in a plenary, but we also meet within the dedicated groups on specific aspects of the strategy. So we have a dedicated group on employment of persons with disabilities, on accessible EU, on European Disability Card, and independent living. So we discuss all those aspects in more details in these groups. And the platform is very important for us because this gives a commission an opportunity to hear from grassroots organization about the needs, but also about good practices, bad practices, and how to put in practice that various policies. So this is the first flagship. The second flagship is the Accessible EU. And this is again a very important flagship because we have a legislation. We have the European Accessibility Act from 2019. However, there are still a lot of challenges for implementing accessible solutions across the EU. And what we've decided to do is build capacity. So build capacity on a national level, on a regional level, on a local level, to train accessibility experts in the member states, to pull together good practices, to design good practices, and we also want to have a lot of events. So we planned 80 events between 2023 and 2026. We have already a dedicated website. You are invited to go to this website. I hope my presentation will be shared with you, so you will have all these links. We also plan to issue the newsletter, to expand communities of practice, to prepare a study material, to launch different discussions, so to have like a very lively knowledge hub that is very practical and useful for everybody, as I've mentioned, from national through regional to local level. So this is the second flagship. The third flagship initiative is the European Disability Card and European Parking Card for persons with disabilities. This initiative has been, the proposal of the Commission for the card has been adopted last month on 6th of September. And the objective is to facilitate free movement of persons with disabilities, to recognize the status of persons with disabilities, and to ensure the same preferential treatment and access conditions to certain services, such as, for example, transport, cultures, museum, and leisure. So this is, we've launched the proposal. As I said, we've adopted the proposal, and the proposal will now be further negotiated with the member states. This is the third flagship initiative. The fourth initiative on which we work is the guidance on independent living. Again, a very important initiative, because there are quite a number of persons with disabilities are still living in institutions. Our approach, the Commission approach, is to support deinstitutionalization, especially when implementing EU funds and in the area of mental health. We want to support the transition from institution to independent living and living in the community. Currently, this initiative is not yet implemented. We are working on it. We are undertaking preparatory work. So we are analyzing relevant EU level, regional, and local initiatives. We are reviewing the positions of the member states and other relevant stakeholders, and we are undertaking a consultation process. These initiatives, the guidance is planned for 2023. Now, what is linked to this initiative is the other one, which is called the Quality Framework for Social Services of Excellence. So we do realize that we cannot ensure independent living in the community if the community does not provide adequate services for persons with disabilities. So we would like to support the quality of the services through quality framework. This is planned for 2024. So we want to, on one hand, improve service delivery and design the quality principles. On the other hand, we want to enhance the attractiveness of jobs in these areas. We know that social services is the area where we would need to work a little bit more to improve the also quality, the working conditions of the employees in this area. Again, we are currently undertaking analytical work, so we are taking stock of different quality frameworks. We are meeting with the stakeholders on the EU level. We are collecting information. We are also carrying out a study that is doing a mapping on different quality framework on the national level, and we are collecting evidence that will feed into the framework for the social services of excellence. So this is the fifth flagship initiative. The sixth initiative is the Disability Employment Package. So we do realize that persons with disability face a lot of barriers to work in the open labor market. We monitor the gap in employment between persons with disabilities and persons without disabilities. This gap hasn't really changed over the last decade, hasn't changed substantially. So within this strategy for the right of persons with disabilities, we put this initiative. And in the context of this initiative, we are again collecting good practices, and we are developing the guidelines. We have created a dedicated web page where we are publishing all these deliverables, be it guidelines, be it good practices. With this package, we focus comprehensively on all stages of employment. As you can see at the right side, you have 6 different actions. So we focus on the recruitment process, on hiring, on retention in employment through reasonable accommodation, prevention on acquiring disabilities, return to work, and finally transition to the open labor market. We are developing different deliverables with key stakeholders, such as the Network of Public Employment Services, the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work, as well as the Training Foundation. This initiative is being developed. It started already last year, and we are hoping to develop all the deliverables within the next year. So these are the flagship initiatives. And I would like now to move to the European Pillar of Social Rights, because I've been asked to talk about it. Now, the European Pillar of Social Rights is our compass for strong social Europe. These are the 20 principles that you see on the screen that focus on equal opportunities, fair working conditions, and social protection and inclusion. As you can see, we have a principle 17, which is dedicated to persons with disabilities. So it says that people with disabilities have the right to income support that ensures living in dignity, services that enable them to participate in the labor market, in the society, and a work environment adapted to their needs. I talked at the beginning that the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities has this rights approach, so does the European Pillar of Social Rights. We talk about social rights, and that's how persons with disabilities are considered. Now, in order to put these principles into practice, we put together targets to be achieved in 2030 to ensure more and better jobs, skills and equality, social protections and inclusions. And of course, we support achievement of those principles through EU funding, through monitoring and coordination. I will talk about it. The social dialogue. So we carry out a dialogue both with social partners. These are the trade unions and employers organizations, but also with civil society organizations who represent also persons with disabilities. Now, on the targets, we want 78% of the working populations to be in employment by 2030. 60% of adults should participate in in training, and we would like to decrease the people at risk of poverty or social inclusion by 15 million. Of course, all those targets concern persons with disabilities. However, the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities invited the member states to set up dedicated targets for employment of persons with disabilities and for participation of persons with disabilities in adult learning. Now, we had a council conclusions last year, in December last year, which reiterated these calls of the strategy and invited member states to set up these national targets, the employment target by the year 2024. And on the level of the Commission, we initiated a discussion with relevant ministries how to put this forward. A little bit about monitoring. So to monitor the achievement of different principles, the 20 principles that I showed you before of the pillar, we have put together a so-called social scoreboard. These are the indicators, basically. As you can see, the indicators in the 3 different areas that the pillar covers. Of course, all of those concern persons with disabilities. However, we have a dedicated target on disability employment gap. This is the indicator that I have mentioned already. It measures the it measures the gap between employment of persons with disabilities and without disabilities. But as I said, all the other indicators, of course, concern persons with disabilities too. And I wanted to show you this picture. So this is a sort of a snapshot of different indicators where we see how we on the EU level look with regards to the achievement of different principles. So you see different colors. The red ones are where there is a critical situations, meaning that the indicator is much below the EU average. The orange are to watch. The yellow are weak. The no color is on average, and then you see some best performance. So basically, you see the percentage of the member states. You see how many member states are doing good, and which are the areas that we need to work further. And I wanted to show you a little bit more how it looks in practice. So some indicators that are relevant for Principle 17, which is on disability. So here we see the member states. We've got such overview on the EU level on how the member states are performing. And for example, if you look at disability employment gap, this is for 2021. We see that there are some very good performing countries and some countries which are much below the EU the EU average. And Spain has been doing so far quite good, if I may say so. We still talk about the gap, and in fact all the member states have the gap, but Spain is within the countries who are performing relatively good compared to the other countries. And finally, I wanted to say a few words about the campaign. We have launched in September last year the campaign Together for the Rights. This is the communication campaign to promote the rights of persons with disabilities across the EU and beyond. The campaign promotes the strategy. It focuses on the key rights under the United Nations Convention for the Rights of Persons with disabilities in education, employment, leisure, sports, independent living, and accessibility. We work together with organizations for persons with disabilities to develop key messages of this campaign. And this campaign also involves the champions on disability. We developed a lot of, for example, video material which is available. And I am also including some links for you. So I hope the presentation will be shared so you can go and see these links. And of course, I'm very happy to answer any questions now, but also feel free to contact me directly if you have questions. And I'm very happy for the organizers, for the Confederation to involve me, and I hope we will collaborate in the future. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Mónica.
Thank you, Monica. Right now, we don't have time for questions because there's no time. But if there are questions through COCEMFE, we will send them to you, Monica, because everything related with the European Union and the Commission policies are essential for people with disabilities. We should say that all contacts with the European Commission members, they always send their emails and they always answer our questions. So we should copy this at national level, especially in Spain and also in Catalonia. It would be very good if they could respond as fast as our colleagues from the European Commission. Thank you very much, Monica, and goodbye. Thank you for introducing the European strategy for people with disabilities and the European pillar of social rights. You know, in COCEMFE, we've been working a lot on these different lines of work that Monica has told us concerning the strategy. We are very excited because about the European card for persons with disabilities, and let's hope that we have soon this card. And today we're also going to talk about something Monica has mentioned, employment and education. So at the end of the day, we'll know what's being done and what we can copy from best practices. And that's it. We're now going to have a short coffee break. Please be back on time. We just have 15 minutes to have a coffee here next door. And please be back in 15 minutes at 11:40. Okay, we'll be back at 11:40. Thank you.
Bueno, si us sembla,
Let's resume. Good morning again. Now we will have a panel to discuss education inclusion. I had prepared my presentation in Spanish, and then I realized that there was interpretation. Anyway. Today we will talk about the European Skills Agenda for Persons with Disability that is part of SDG number 4 that works toward quality and inclusive education as a fundamental right. We know that in practice, and because of what we see in the news, this right is not accessible yet. I really liked what they said earlier, that we want to stop being a priority to become a reality. We think that this agenda is a tool to materialize this change. We want to go beyond priorities. We need to work to achieve a change of paradigm. We need to do away with the barriers to guarantee quality education and training opportunities for everyone. And by everyone, I mean all of us, each and every one of us. The inclusion of persons with disabilities in the society should not be seen as an option or a priority, but rather as a need, because we cannot lose on the talent that so many people have. Because people with disabilities have the opportunity, if given the opportunity to study and work, they can contribute a lot to society. We need these people to not be left behind. We need to guarantee their rights. It is a measure to guarantee equality. It is a measure of social justice, but at the end of the day, it is a measure to achieve human dignity. This agenda has a comprehensive approach that goes well beyond education. It works so that persons have the ability to develop the skills that allow for their full participation in society and in the workforce. Our speakers today, the panelists, will further delve into how can we turn this priority into a reality, and how we can turn inclusive education into a daily practice rather than just being some terminology that is used in meetings or documents. It should be something common. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce Eleonora Lamio, a very well-known professional in public policy, and she is the policy officer and program manager at the DG Employment. She has a master's in public policy by the Luis Guido Carli University, and she has a lot of experience internationally. She has worked in Chile, Canada, Belgium, and other countries. This diverse background makes her an open-minded and dynamic person who is very open to learning about other realities. She has worked in managing programs and analyzing policies, and also has done some research. She speaks different languages fluently: Italian, French, English, and Spanish. And she will speak in Spanish, actually. We hope that you enjoy her presentation with the title of Main Action Lines of the European Skills Agenda. Eleonora, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. I hope you can hear me properly. I am very thankful, and on behalf of the European Commission, I would like to thank the invitation to this event. I am grateful for COCEMFE and the organizers' work today and in their mission. As the colleague has said, I am here representing the European Commission, specifically the DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. Today I'm going to talk about the main lines of actions of the European Skills Agenda. I would like to begin by giving some figures and talking about some challenges. Then I will move to talking about the main policies and then the financial support received. It is true that I speak Spanish, but I am not Spaniard, so I apologize for any language mistakes I may make. At the European Commission, we believe that in order to achieve a truly social inclusion, we must value the skills of everyone. So the key to an active social inclusion is in education, skills, and training. As I said, I'm going to begin by giving some figures. Education lays the foundation to fight against poverty, but also to create inclusive societies. Persons with disabilities are at a clear disadvantage compared to persons without disability. In 2021, about 60% of young people aged 18 to 24-year-old with disabilities left the school system early, compared to 9.5% of early school leaving among persons without disability. That is, we see therefore a 9% of gap. These differences have to do with the lack of accessibility and also the lack of adapted programs. There is also a gender gap worth mentioning in school leaving. We see that men are more likely to be early school leavers. The percentages are 21 and 12%. It is worth noting as well the situation in higher education. Higher education has a higher impact on work conditions and employability compared to persons without disabilities, meaning that having a disability is a disadvantage when it comes to accessing higher education. In figures of 2021, we see that a percentage of 30 to 34 people with disabilities in the ages between 30 and 34 years old, only a third of persons with disabilities had completed the tertiary or higher education. Once again, we see a gender gap because women with disabilities have a higher participation rate in higher education than men, as seen by the figures on screen. There are programs related to inclusion and access to education, but at the same time we have a labor market that is changing and we see a skills gap growing wider in Europe in general. More than 78% of companies in the EU report difficulties when hiring workers that have the necessary skills. And the latest figures show that 3% of the job offers available in the European work space are still vacant. So there is clearly a skills gap between the skills that workers have and the skills required in the different job positions. And this is a trend that is worsening recently. We can see this specifically when talking about digital skills. In 2021, 44% of persons in the EU and a third of the workforce lacked the basic digital skills. And in this situation, it is worth saying that there is a niche, there is a lack of persons with disabilities, so we must strengthen our efforts and work even harder to provide training to persons with disabilities that provide the digital skills. So we see that there is this digital gap, and why is it that there are job offers that have such high requirements but the education system does not provide them? Well, there are several factors, and that is why the European Union wants to tackle this. In terms of persons with disability, we want to work towards providing more training and education opportunities throughout the life. So lifelong learning, not only for those who have not accessed the labor market yet, but also reskilling and upskilling opportunities for people who are already working. Of course, there is also the need to develop skills that are adapted to the current situation and demands of the labor market, and focusing specifically in the green transition and the digital world. Many of the training and capacitation activities have been delegated to the third sector without giving the third sector the necessary tools to fully transform education systems. Many young people with disabilities are usually or sometimes enrolled in special programs or special schools that not always become efficient bridges to the regular education system, continuous training, or access to the labor market. Someone said in the introductions that there is a lot of work to do, and that is indeed true. If the education system is not accessible and does not provide quality education, we will not be able to provide inclusion. But we must work towards inclusion, as has been said, in all education stages, and we must involve support services. Let's talk now about the main European policies. Before delving further into them, I would like to say that from the European Union, we want to support the different national governments. My dear colleague Monica talked in her presentation about the political framework and its evolution throughout the last years, and the European pillar of social rights. I do not want to repeat what she had just said, but I would like to highlight that one of the goals for 2030 focuses on skills precisely. 60% of the adult population will have to undergo a training by 2030. The goal is that the 80% of the population between 30 to 64 years old acquires basic digital skills. Monica also talked about the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities. And in that regard, I would like to mention that this strategy also talks about the protection against all sorts of discrimination and equal opportunities and equal access to education. Specifically, within this strategy, the European Commission incentivizes and asks the national governments to incorporate and organize some activities designed so that persons with disabilities can access continuous training And we also ask national governments to adapt trainings provided in the system of vocational training. The strategy also serves as a support for national governments to continue developing training for teachers and professors, because there is a lack of specific training for teachers and professors to work with persons with disabilities. In the framework of these policies, we have worked on the European Skills Agenda. This is the most important political initiative, and its end goal, is to provide everyone with the necessary skills that are necessary to participate actively in the work environment and in the life in general. As has been said, the strategy of the European Union is to have cross-sectional policies in which persons with disabilities are present as well. That is why the agenda considers persons with disabilities, and as a result, this agenda asks the Commission and the national governments to provide higher accessibility to qualifications specifically for vulnerable groups, where we include persons with disabilities. The agenda is divided around 4 different blocks of measures. We do not have time to go over all of them because I know we have to be mindful of the time. But the main 4 blocks are joining forces. As Monica mentioned, it is very important that all stakeholders are involved and present when working on these actions or measures. Then we need to provide training so that people have the necessary skills as required by the labor market. We also want to work on tools and initiatives to support lifelong learning. And finally, we want to unblock or unleash investments precisely to work towards capacity building. This European Skills Agenda has very clear goals from now to 2025. These goals speak to the commitment that the European agenda wants to achieve from the national governments. One of the main goals is the participation of adults in lifelong learning. Also, for the adults that are not that skilled, and there is an indicator that assesses skills, digital skills. Digital skills are one of the main areas of focus of this agenda, because the agenda emphasizes the importance of reducing the digital gap among all population groups and all workers, including persons with disabilities, because we know how important the digital gap can be for persons with disabilities, the impact it can have. Along with this agenda, we have been working in other policies that take into account the needs and the importance of guaranteeing access also to persons with disabilities. The main policy would be the European education area that requests the member states to have education systems that comply at all levels with the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. One of the main areas of work of this European education area is to work towards inclusive education systems. Then we also have the communication of the European Commission about a strategy for universities. Once again, we ask the member states to have concrete actions and measures to guarantee inclusion at the university level. And one last interesting policy at a European level is the recommendation about education and professional training. And once again, we invite the member states to develop vocational training programs that are inclusive and accessible also for persons with disabilities. I would also like to mention that we are currently in the European Year of Skills. This celebration this year is an initiative of the European Union whose goal is to raise awareness among the population, among employers, among authorities about the relevance and the importance of improving training opportunities for all citizens. The European Year of Skills is an opportunity that we have to organize events, trainings, focusing around this theme. We have seen some events already focusing on persons with disabilities, actually. The European Union, however, does not only support this with policies, but also with financial support. All European funds want to guarantee equality. No project financed by European funds can promote discrimination. On the contrary, it must foster inclusion. The European funds are the tool that we have to truly contribute to improving the life of all persons. I would like to talk about the European Social Fund and the European Social Fund Plus, which is the fund that will be used 2021 to 2027. It is the most important tool that the European Union currently has. The budget has a budget of about 9.3 billion euros, and again it is a pillar for the European Union to improve opportunities of education and employment. Spain is the third country in terms of amount of money received. Spain receives about 11 billion euros. The European Social Fund Plus devotes 1.6 billion euros to projects designed with persons with disability in mind. For example, accessibility, quality of the education, employability, access to social services, etc. But persons with disability are not the only group that can use these funds. The different organizations that manage the fund have an obligation actually to apply the partnership principle, not only when designing the programs, but also when they are implemented. The managers of these funds must guarantee that all needs are taken into account. I would like to finish by talking about an example here in Catalonia. In the years 2021 to 2027, the European Social Fund Plus is going to invest in Catalonia directly an amount of over 82 million euros for projects devoted to people with disabilities. There will also be actions whose goal will be to improve employability and to guarantee access to quality training and education. I know that there's a colleague who will talk about the Erasmus program, but I would like to mention it just because this is another form of financial support of the European Union. As you may know, the Erasmus program focuses on training and has supported the design of inclusive program. Once again, I would like to thank the opportunity that has been given to me to present the policies of the European Commission and the European Union. And once again, thank you, COCEMFE, for organizing this event.
Bueno, muchas gracias,
Thank you very much, Eleonora. A presentation, some comments about what she said. This continuing education approach in education for skills in a lifelong learning that will help us get the available jobs, and the idea of joining forces so that we can match the supply and demand. It is very important, the data she has mentioned. We need more women to enter technological world. We need to raise awareness everywhere. We have to unlock public and private investments. We need educational systems at all levels to be inclusive and accessible. And she's also talked about the European Social Fund, which can be aimed at people with disabilities or the general population, but they should all guarantee full inclusion. She's also mentioned Erasmus program. She said that another colleague, we talked about this, and that is Remedios. But first, I'd like to introduce the next speaker. She's Marta Cid Pañella. She's been the Catalan Minister of Education, and now she leads the Gentis Foundation, an organization that works in new opportunities. She doesn't like to talk about second opportunities or second chances. She rather says new chances. She is the Vice President of Second Chance Schools in Spain, and she's a member of the European Association of Second Chance Schools. You have the floor. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation to our Second Chance Schools in Spain, which I'm represented here today. I'm very happy to participate in this meeting because I'll be able to tell you about Second Chance Schools. They were created in 2016. The Spanish network was created in 2016, but most of us have been working on new chances for groups with difficulties, groups at a disadvantage, and with news to accessibility. And as Eleonora Lamio has mentioned, adapted or adjusted programs. We have to think about long life learning as a right for everyone. And this is what Second Chance Schools are trying to do. Let's see if this works. Great. Well, after what the previous speakers have talked about public policies in the European Union, but I'm going to talk about the local world. I want to tell you what we do, how we do it. I want to tell you what users in your organizations find. And I wanted to show this slide because I think it's very clear. I mentioned the Delors report here. I'm sure you're familiar with it. The Delors report was created in 1996, and then at the end I mentioned a very recent report from 2021, which is called Looking Towards 2050. And from the Delors to this more recent report, we've been talking about the same topics, the same worries, the same concerns. Haven't we progressed? We have progressed a lot, but there's a threat in the implementation of measures in this field. And this is linked to the European Pillar of Social Rights, because based on that European pillar, many local actions have been taken. The Delors report talked about 4 pillars in 1996. To learn, to know, to do, to live together, and to be. These are the 4 pillars. And today we are formulating those pillars in a different way, probably. In fact, the last report, looking at 2050, makes a leap because it includes what the European Social Agenda is doing. This look of inclusion, a look that tells us, or the report rather tells us, that education should reinvent itself. The system should reinvent itself in order to approach the common challenges of humanity, such as climate change, inequality, sustainability, and any other possible gaps that we may fit in this field. So it kind of suggests a social contract for education based on human rights to guarantee quality education for everyone and during our lifetime, because this is for active citizenship. So it talks about education as a common good, public good, and which should be built by the whole society. And of course we need to break accessibility barriers and also the barriers that some of the training programs have for people at disadvantage. This is a kind of background information. This would be the new social contract for education. I mean, education should be seen collectively. Today we'll talk about this collaborative view or about building together, and this is something that we also have to apply to education in the future. And now I'm here talking about second chance schools in Spain, and what do we do within this framework that I've just explained to you. Okay, second chance schools are a group of entities who are committed with social inclusion, education, continuing education, and improvement of labor opportunities for everyone. Also training opportunities for improvement. And we work to offer these opportunities. This is why I always say I prefer to talk about new rather than second chance of opportunities. How do we do it? We try to foster skills, competencies that we all have. We all have skills and competencies, and these are a starting point for improvements for a better life, for better employment, for better social inclusion, for better social relationship, etc. As you can see, this methodology is linked to what Delors said in 1996, to learned to be. And it links also to the European social agenda. This is our purpose. I have a video as a summary. I mean, do we do this for the whole life? Well, second chance schools work with young people. This is where we fit, from 15 to 29 years of age. We work with this age group. And so, which is our main challenge? Okay, it is early school leavers. We focus on boys and girls who do not finish secondary school, but this has an impact on everyone, on people with disabilities and people without disabilities. So, functional diversity or not. We just have one entry gate to get all the groups that we care for. We have a close link with the entrepreneurial sector and also with different organizations. As you see in this slide, which are our strengths, so to speak? Well, we have flexible itineraries, so flexibility. Also, personalization, that is, each person is different. Each person requires personalized itinerary, tutoring, coaching, and I think this is the key of accessibility and integration. This comprehensive accompaniment based on basic and labor skills. Some of the people we care for do have educational integration, and others do labor integration. We also work on something which is very important for us, which is self-knowledge and emotional management. This allows us to work on this self-knowledge, because many of the people we work for need support in this field. I'm not going to mention what's going on with mental health and emotional management, because you know what's going on already. And a key priority of what we do is that we work as a network. Our work only makes sense if we network, if we work with companies, and if we work closely with other entities within our sector, if we work with neighbors, associations, sports clubs, action and community transformation, because otherwise we cannot prepare these adapted programs, or we cannot make all these improvements accessible. Here some figures. These are the figures for 2021-2022. 2021-2022. Gender differences have already been mentioned, and here we also see them. But for me, the most important rate is the rate of success at the end of the process. More than 60% of people we care for reach their goal. And this is what helps us to keep working on this. In Spain, we have 46 second chance schools. How do we know these are second chance schools? Well, we are a network, and we have to follow an accreditation process. It's an external process. There's an assessment process also, which is a continuing assessment process. We have to repeat it every 4 years, and we have to comply with different indicators, guaranteeing flexibility, accessibility, all these indicators. In the end, there's 29 indicators. I think there's a total of 46 schools. We may have some in the process of being accredited. We have meetings every year. We have a cooperation process at international level. We participate in European project. The Spanish network is a member of the Second Chance Schools European network. And as I was saying, we participate and we are members in different projects such as Erasmus, mobility, research, etc. I don't know if the clicker works so that there's a video here.
Un vídeo aquí a la diapositiva.
There's a video in this slide.
Sí? No sé com el... No sé com s'ha d'activar. Ah, sí? No. Ens ho està fent algú, això?
Can someone help me playing the video, please?
No els hi han digut dir, perquè n'hi ha més,
It's a pity because I have more videos. We cannot see them. We can't play them. Okay.
Ho sento.
I'm sorry because I wanted to have a more interactive presentation. And this video summarized what I just mentioned, but in a more graphic and lively way. I'm sorry, we cannot view the video. Sure, we cannot see it. Oh.
És que està posat aquí,
Yeah, the video is embedded in my presentation. It's embedded in the slide.
La tasa de abandono educativo temprano es una de las más altas de la Unión Europea. Además, nuestro país se sitúa a la cabeza del desempleo juvenil. Para cambiar esto, hemos creado en 2016 la Asociación Española de Escuelas de Segunda Oportunidad para aportar respuestas educativas individualizadas e integrales a jóvenes que han tenido dificultades en su recorrido académico ordinario.
We're sorry, we cannot translate the video into English because we haven't received the script beforehand. Sorry about that.
Principios fundamentales. El reconocimiento de las administraciones públicas. La integración social y profesional duradera de las personas jóvenes. El desarrollo de sus competencias sociales y profesionales. La colaboración con las empresas y el trabajo en red. Para ser reconocida como escuela de segunda oportunidad, una escuela ha de pasar un proceso de acreditación durante el cual auditores independientes evalúan el cumplimiento de los principios, garantizando la objetividad y la imparcialidad de la acreditación. Mucho más que un simple sello, la acreditación E2O implica un proceso de mejora continua. ¿Y son muchas las escuelas de segunda oportunidad en España? Somos la segunda red de escuelas de segunda oportunidad en Europa. Y seguimos creciendo con más centros en proceso de acreditación. ¿Y qué impacto tienen? Las E2O contribuyen a la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible. La tasa de éxito en el último curso fue superior al 60%. Para conseguir nuestros objetivos, colaboramos con actores clave, entre otros, redes de escuelas de segunda oportunidad, la red MED-NC, universidades y personas expertas del mundo académico, empresas y muchos otros. Aunamos fuerzas para un sistema de formación profesional más inclusivo. Súmate.
Aquest seria...
Okay, this is a summary of why in 2016 this network was created and the process we followed. I have more slides with videos. Where do we focus our efforts? As you see, I would say these are the four main points where we focus. One, to normalize diversity. When I talk about the collectives we care for, I'm including people with functional diversity because we care for them also. So to normalize diversity, to break boundaries that we found in systems themselves and which are an obstacle for integrated care. We want to break these boundaries, this line. Sometimes competencies are here or there, and so we have a narrower view. Then we have also to understand that leaderships should be shared. They should be shared. We have, I mentioned that looking at 2050, that report, well, we have to work collaboratively and we have to share everything, because if education means to improve the society, to get a fairer society, this is everything, and so we have to share leaderships. And then these chances should not only be for a specific period of life for people, they should be long life, because things change. And so employment situations, family situations, situations in general may change, and so we have to be able to have these chances, opportunities during our whole life. I'm going to show you three very short videos. I'd like you to see three different cases of people we have cared for, when we can work together, when we can network, when we use our resources, wonderful things happen, such as what you're going to see in this video. I didn't end the compulsory education, and so I came here. In May, I had to pass some tests. I passed them. I was very happy, and now I have finished compulsory education. I arrived here when I was 16. It was very difficult. It was a very big change from a country to a different one. I was in a new country. I had problems with language, food, people. I did a course as a waiter, in a hotel. I did that last year. I got qualified. I worked in a hotel. I earned some money, and now I just come here a few days to see what I'll be able to do next year. and I'm also doing some practices in a hotel. Well, these two testimonials are cases of second chance schools, young people who did not end compulsory education, or migrant youngs, what we call groups at risk, groups who are at a disadvantage. And we usually think of second chance, when we usually think of second chance schools, we think of these people. But now you're going to see different cases. I'm Aleix. I'm a blind person. I'm a member of a project on social mentoring, and I consider it is important to emphasize inclusion. I already know the adaptations I need for my work, but the involvement of my colleagues at work and of the institutions that help us have been very important for us to achieve success at work. So I consider this is essential for inclusion in this field. And this is the last one. Aleix helped us to work on website accessibility in our organization. And this is Dan, a person with autism, and he worked with us in a New Chances project. The relationship with the tutor was very friendly. She was always taking care of my well-being in the company and in the office. And she, everything I had to do took into account my circumstances. Well, and to finish, I want to say that we're in the European Year of Skills, and in Second Chance Schools we work on this. Well, since we're behind schedule, I'll just say to end that we change lives with our work, the same as many of you. We contribute to improving society, and as a network, we have certain challenges. Right now, we're working for recognition, especially in the legislative or legal, rather, framework. We work always to guarantee the model, so this is why we are working on accreditation and the accreditation process. And another concern that we have is to guarantee the resource sustainability. Many of initiatives are within the third sector, and we, as you know, we usually need funds in order to implement our initiatives and resources, but these are our commitments, and we will keep on working for this. Thank you very much.
Bueno, la Marta ens ha parlat de...
Marta has talked about the basics of education, learning to be, learning to do, and learning to live together. She has talked about human rights, about the fact that education has to be for everyone and throughout the life of everyone. She has talked about second chance schools and that they must be flexible, individualized, and supportive. There has to be self-awareness, self-knowledge, and they should provide internship opportunities as well, and practical opportunities. I have to be honest here, I am sad that this is not part of the mission of regular education schools as well. SDGs tell us that we must create alliances and that we must work towards inclusiveness. in order to achieve these SDGs, we must work together and we must share leadership as well in order to establish the networks and in order to internationalize this great task that we have ahead. There are projects such as Erasmus. Remedios will present the program Erasmus Plus. Briefly about Remedios, I'm going to give you a little bit of her background. She is technician of social innovation programs at COCEMFE, Spain. She has specialized in Erasmus Plus and she is trained in pedagogy.
Danos ese espacio para presentar el programa.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to present the program Includal and Erasmus Plus. It is wonderful to be here with all of you. Includal Schools is a project that hangs from Erasmus Plus, financed by the European Commission, and there are 7 institutions who participate in this program.
Service Learning es el nombre completo de Included School.
The full name of Included Schools is on screen, promoting inclusive schools in Europe through universal design for learning, and it's part of Erasmus Plus. Erasmus Plus has 3 different lines of work. KA 2020 is one of them, and in this case we work on cooperation for school education. The length of the program is 30 months. As you can see by the number of projects, you can see that it was introduced in 2021 in Spain as well, and you can see KA 2020, which is the number of the program, and then you have SCH, which is the school. This number of projects allow us to look for the type of project it is in case you want more information. This project is coordinated by COCEMFE, and as such it includes the goal of this confederation, which is achieving the full inclusion and full participation of persons with disabilities in all areas of society through promoting, defending and reivindicating the rights and coordinating and representing the associative movement in order to contribute to a more inclusive and diverse society. As mentioned before, there are 8 organizations. All of us are based in Madrid. We have the Autonomous University in Madrid, which is representing the academic world. They talk about learning service and opportunities of training. We have Innovation Frontiers, an IT entity whose goal is to design technological tools in order to promote inclusive education. And we have Anamur, a representative for a region in Turkey. And they are the political side, the political representation. And there are 3 schools, Latvia, Poland, and Madrid. And we are all working on this unique project. The goal of the activities is to promote inclusion in European schools, improving the teachers' capacities to be able to integrate more inclusive programs. Then we have more specific goals, which are exploring synergies between a learning model based on skills and competences through the methodology learning service that integrates the UDL. Another goal is to design, develop, and share didactic programs based on methodologies learning service to increase the capacity, the skills of teachers in schools so they can integrate inclusive practices. We will also work on a guide of good practices with the goal of developing a toolbox so that teachers can use the tools when teaching. And finally, we want to create an app to make it easier for teachers to have didactic activities that are inclusive. Why did we decide on these goals? Well, because inclusive education is a human right as recognized in Article 24 on the Convention of the Rights of People with Disabilities that was ratified by Spain in 2008. Article 24 says that member states recognize the right of persons with disabilities to education with the goal of making this right an effective one without discrimination. The member states must guarantee an inclusive education system at all levels, as well as lifelong learning. Goal number 1 of the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which is titled Education, Training and Lifelong Learning, says that everyone has the right to an education, a training and lifelong learning that are inclusive and that allow them to participate fully in society. We have the LOMLOE, which is the Education Act in Spain, recognizes the need to incorporate digital skills following the European recommendations. This legislation also establishes that we must comply with the UNCRDP and that we must apply the principles of the Convention of the UNCRDP as well. Talking about the Included Schools project, I would like to highlight that the goal is to explore synergies between the skills models through the methodology called learning services. And we want to focus with this project on the universal design for learning. We want to design, develop, and share didactic programs based on learning service and the universal design for learning. And we want to provide the necessary tools. And what is the UDL, the Universal Design for Learning? Is a practical model, theoretical practical model that has been designed by CAST, C-A-S-T, that has designed some guidance to break barriers in learning. The UDL recognizes that each individual has its own way of learning. And there are 3 main guidelines: commitment, representation, and action and expression. Each one of these columns on screen represent the 3 pillars, and each of them is related to a neural network. The main one is related to the emotional network, and the representation has to do with the acknowledge and recognition. And finally, the third one is related to strategic networks. If these guidelines are implemented, it should be done by following the different stages that are each one of the rows on this graph. We can see that there are different types of students. For example, we may have a motivated student, we may have a knowledgeable student, and by acknowledging the different type of students, we can focus on specific goals for each one of them. In the Included Schools program, we also talk about this learning service. Learning service is a education proposal that combines learning and services within the community, where participants can learn to work based on the real needs of their environment with the goal of improving the environment. It may be similar to doing voluntary work, for example. But this learning service activity have to have very clear goals, and that is why we talked about the 3 different goals: planification of the project, preparation with the group, executing the activity with the group, and doing a closing with the group. Apologies, the interpreter missed the 3rd one. The first 3 ones we had an issue with the screen on the booth. The closure of the group includes sometimes a small party to celebrate the achievements. Included Schools is a strategic guideline, and we want to be able to finish with an app that helps access a toolbox to promote inclusion in education centers, in schools. The 3 results of the project are at your disposal, by the way, on our website. What are the activities that we've worked on? One of the advantages of working with the Erasmus Plus group is that it makes it easier for us to work with other countries, to see different views from different disciplines, from different countries, and so we can be aware of different ways of doing. We began in April 2022, and we began by signing an agreement in which we established the activities of each of the parts participating in the project. In June 2022, we gathered in Madrid, and there we decided that we would run a survey to know the participation rates and the participation activities in the different schools that were part of the program. Then we did a analysis, a weakness, strengths, opportunities, etc. analysis. Then we run a training and a meeting in January where we learned a lot about learning services and UDL. And then in June 2023 began the planning of the different activities. And now in September they have the program, the centers, the schools participating in the program have begun applying the activities that were decided upon on that meeting. In February of this year, we had a meeting in Greece where we were able to talk about the outcomes we expected and how we were going to achieve them. Now we are in October, but last month in September, we met in Anamur in Turkey. We talked about how the activities were going to be implemented and how we were going to gather the output, the insights, to be able to analyze it. In January 2024, we will meet in Poland to undergo a training. In March 2024, we will look at the results and we will compile them all together, bring them all together, and we will translate the report, of course. In March 2024, we will meet in Madrid again, and we will broadcast, stream the meeting, so you will be able to follow it online if you are interested. What have we achieved so far? We established some concepts and common frameworks. We have analyzed the schools. We have provided training for teachers on inclusive methodologies. We have designed the syllabi that we will apply in the different schools. We have strengthened cooperation networks thanks to the network provided by Erasmus+. So we have established networks with the different entities of the project and at the same time with entities, local entities and local schools. And we have designed monitoring tools. These are pictures of our last meeting in Turkey. in which the children of one of the participating schools in Anamur joined the meeting, and they showed us the traditional dancing. When will we meet again? In June 2024, where we will share the goals and the products that result from this Included Schools project. We will exchange the know-how, and we give visibility of the efforts that the European Union is doing to achieve an inclusive education, and all that would be linked to the European Year of Skills. Other projects that we are working on from COCEMFE, we have the EESIDG for higher education, Access COVE for vocational excellence, IOFA, which is a project for trail running. And this is an initiative of Erasmus Sport, another of the branches. We are a partner of this project, and we will begin shortly. It has been approved, but it has not been initialized. And then we finally have Design to Freedom, also coordinated from COCEMFE, which is called Promoting a Design Focused on the People. And without further ado, well, thank you. I would like to close with our motto, which is education is not education if it is not inclusive.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Remedios. Thank you for presenting this Included School project that is part of Erasmus+. Thank you for explaining how you promote inclusive education. The learning service methodology is very useful to acquire knowledge, and I am sure that teachers will be very happy to have access to the toolbox and the guidelines that you mentioned. Because this is a lack that teachers identify sometimes. Some schools call us and say, we have a student and their teacher does not have enough tools to work with that student who has a disability. It is wonderful to see that these projects have an international component, because that way we can guarantee diversity and that it has a multiplication effect. With that, we close this SDG 4, and now we would move to SDG A, which is dignified work and economic growth. Thank you. Oh, my apologies. I want to say that we have about 391 people following us online, which speaks to the great success of this event. So thank you everyone who is following online using the new technologies. Thank you.
Diana, ¿te sientas aquí? No, no, es igual, da lo mismo.
Yo soy la última.
Ah, bueno.
No sé si cuando lo hace o cuando lo dice.
No, vale.
Vale.
Para que corte.
Víctor. Sí, lo único es que me vas a cortar porque no lo siento.
Tú eres Victoria.
Carlos,
tú eres Diana.
¿Está Pepa?
¿Qué tal? Encantada.
Porque como no está Pepa... Sí, como podéis ver la presentación ahí, sabes que no...
¿Cómo la paso?
Aquí. Tienes eso, exacto.
¿Cuánto tiempo tenemos?
Pues recortar lo que podáis.
Teníamos 15, ¿no?
Bueno, bon dia a tothom.
Good morning. We're going to continue with the meeting. We are in the last stretch. This is the last session. Please stay to this last panel concerning successful experiences, and because we're going to have a cocktail afterwards, so we'll be able to network. I am Javier de Oña. I'm the Deputy Director of a third sector organization working in the social field, working in social and labor integration. In Spain, we are about 1,600 people. I'm also a member of the steering committee of COCEMFE Barcelona, and I'm the secretary of COCEMFE Catalunya. I'm 49 and I have two teenager boys, which drive me crazy. We're going to talk about impact, innovative, and successful experiences with 3 women. Since we behind schedule and we are the last session, please, you're going to have about 15 minutes each. 15 minutes each for each of you. And we're going to start with Victoria Basurto. She's the head of research and assessment in the Zero Long-Term Unemployment Territory Association. She's had a main role in the implementation of this innovative project that she's going to present to us today. I'm referring to the Decide project. It offers flexible employment for everyone looking for long-term employment. People develop activities that respond to needs in the community without an overcost for public structures. She's a doctor in Hispanic and Latin American studies. She has a master in cultural studies, and she has a degree in linguistics and literature. She works in research and teaching in different universities. You have the floor, Victoria. It's an honor for me. Thank you. I think I need the clicker. Well, I'll try to be as brief as possible, so I won't speak longer than those 15 minutes. And if you have any questions during the cocktail, you can ask me. I work for a French association, which is called Zero Long-Term Unemployment Territory Association. This is the name of the project also. I repeat again, Zero Long-Term Unemployment Territory Association. Territory project in this case. What do we do? Well, we work for employment to be a right for everyone, which are the results of this experiment, because I'd like to use that term. We are an experimental project funded partially by the French government. It was created about 2016, 2017, and today, and sorry for the slide because it is in French, and at present, what have we done since 2017? Well, we have employed we have found in the territories around 360,000 people, which we consider that had no employment. We don't consider unemployment an option, but we consider it an exclusion. These people who were excluded for employment have found employment within our project. And today we have 2,300 people employed in our companies. And the difference is that thanks to the territorial dynamics that we have created, and thanks to cross-sectional alliances or partnerships, many of these people have found employment within the classical economy. A number which strikes us in this project is that out of these people that have been mobilized in territories, more than 23% are people with disabilities. That's striking for us because we told us there's structures in France which are aimed at helping the integration of people with disability in the labor market. How come there's a 23% that still don't have employment and have long-term unemployment? Because in the project we can only accept unemployed people for more than a year, which means that there was an issue there. So we have created 67 companies in 58 French territories. Through the project methodology, we've been able to find solutions adapted to the needs of each of those people deprived from employment, but we've also found solutions to territorial needs, and they have become economic opportunities. For you to have an idea of the overall volume of the people with employment, 45%, sorry, says the speaker, 55% are females, and the mean of age of people being employed is 45 years of age. That's the mean age. Activities of these companies. Well, activities respond to a need, which is the priority of all of us. It is ecological emergency and ecological transition. And 35% of activities developed in those companies are related to environmental transition and social cohesion. How does this work? And I'll be fast. Well, the project starts from something which is included in our French Constitution from 1946. It says every person has the right to work and the right to have unemployment. We realized that that right was not applied to everyone. And so we told ourselves that we could suggest an experimentation with everyone, no one could be unemployable, that we could show that what we need is not work but employment, because there are many needs in territories which are not met by society and existing companies. And we thought we should tell the French government that money is not need, but that employment deprivation is more expensive to the state and people than employment creation in itself. I have a hashtag here in red, and it refers to the fact that right now, when in Europe, when the President of the European Parliament opens 23 million euro funds to support projects such as ours, the French government has told us or rather published a bill saying that our project, in order to be able to implement it in the needed conditions to until 2026, I mean that it won't be feasible. And only for 2024 we need several million euros, and right now we are trying to fight that in order to get the funds we need. Well, so we are now we're talking about unemployment, and we're saying that the consequences of unemployment are more expensive to the state and the individuals than the employment creation. How does this work? We have three principles. The first one is the project that should be developed with people who are deprived from employment. Any project within our project does not work for the people, but with the people, because they are the ones that will bring the necessary elements concerning solutions to what they need in order to adapt employment to the reality. Second, comprehensive initiative through territorial cooperation. We work with people, and it has already been said today. The need of not seeing social situation as niche, employment as employment, housing as housing by itself. Employment should be seen cross-sectionally, and this means that all institutions, public and private, all companies within the private sector, and also social companies should be a response to better adapt employment to people that are or not, who have or not disabilities. A third aspect, which is very important also, is to say we work with people cross-sectionally at different levels, at the territories, the region, the department, the state. And apart from that, we also work with the institutions I've mentioned with the purpose of responding to territorial needs which are not concurrent. The goal is that employments created are complementary, that do not have a negative impact on local labor market. And so how does this work? I refer to employment adapted to people. Within every experiment, we have an essential pillar in the project, which are local committees for employment. And in those committees, everyone gets together to discuss how to approach employment deprivation and how are we going to find a response for every person who comes to our project. In the companies that we have in our project, people are hired without limitations. We don't ask for professional experience. We don't ask for a CV. We just ask for three questions. We just ask three questions, which are: what do you want to do? What do you know, or what you can do? And what are you willing to learn? We all have things that we're willing to learn. We probably know what we don't want to do, and that's already something which will help us the rest. And then what we can do, what we know. This can be developed through the project. Both the territories which participate in the experiment and people entering the experiment do that on a voluntary basis. What we want to show with it is that if we really want to build a relevant policy in local development and employment, this should be done from the bottom and on a voluntary basis. It cannot be imposed because we know that it would not work. Do I still have 5 minutes? Okay. This is the flow chart of the project. So we're going to be based on a territorial consensus. That's quite difficult because, you know, to agree when we probably have similar goals but not equal methodologies means that we will have to adapt. And this is one of the main adaptations. We have to realize that consensus is difficult. It's not impossible, though. And thanks to the consensus and to the cross-sectionality of what we're doing, we are able to create employment, to create jobs. These are permanent jobs and time-adapted jobs. Myself, as an employer in a company, as an employee, in a company, I can start by working 35 hours per week, legal hours in France, and if I think it's difficult to adapt, I can ask for a reduction in that number of hours. I can play with the hours, so adaptation is closer to my needs. Another aspect which we consider important is that after the first experiment and after taking into account the number of people arriving in the companies, we told ourselves at a national level, we also are members of that experiment, and we are aware that we don't have the necessary skills to accompany these people. Let's look for institutions and organizations that could help us, and at what level. There's an inclusion partnership which is quite strong, which is the APIF and AGFIP organizations. AGFIP is the institutional part receiving the funding based on the this is what companies pay rather per not employing people with disabilities. There's some fines that companies have to pay. And AGFIP recovers this money and then reinvest through accompaniment programs for inclusion, education, etc. So these two organizations, within their competences, they help us at two different levels. At a national level, so that we can understand the size of this task, and then also directly, in a direct way, with each territorial experiment, there's a delegate for inclusion and disability in each company, and there's a second delegate for APF for inclusion topics. And within this partnership, there is an economic partnership with AGFIP, which help us to adapt, to adjust the jobs to people in the companies. And since I have to end, I'll just say, yeah, this is the golden minute. Okay. This is a project that has been a source of inspiration and still is. There's two experimental projects in Italy, in Rome. There's 17 zero long-term unemployment projects in Belgium. And we've worked with partners such as Finland, which are coming to France to see how our project works to inspire themselves to carry projects like ours in the country. Spain has been a partner through COCEMFE. They've been a marvelous member. We're working with them. We've been working for a year. It's a project of intercommunication and mutual knowledge to exchange practices. And we have partnered with COCEMFE for the SEED-E project, and we look forward to present the final outcomes at the end of the month. Thank you for having invited me as a result of this work we are doing together with COCEMFE at a national and local level, because we also had the possibility of exchanging views with delegations from other autonomous communities. Thank you very much, and I'm at your disposal.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Victoria, for sticking to time. Right to employment, solutions adapted to people. If we adapt the environment to people, no one will be non-employable. And now we're going to continue with Josefa Torres, who joins us online via Teams because she could not come. She's going to talk to us about the experience of her organization. Josefa Torres has a degree in law from Alcalá de Henares University. She has a master's of company management, a master on SMEs management. She's been the director of employment area for a foundation. In the year 2000, she was appointed director of employment at the AUNCE organization. She's worked in different organizations. She's a member of Social Inclusion Network. She has a very long CV, and she also participates as a guest lecturer in masters about disabilities. You have the floor, Josefa.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to apologize because I was not able to be there in Barcelona in person. The train, there was a problem with the train in Madrid this morning, so I have not been able to come to Barcelona. But I'm here online and I've been following since the beginning. And it's been a learning activity for me. I've been learning from the colleagues that have presented before. I would like to share a presentation that I have prepared. Let's see if I manage. I think you have an option to share your screen. Maybe the organization has it. My apologies because I tested this a few minutes ago and it worked, but now it's not working. Just give me a minute.
Porque la habíamos probado y funcionaba perfectamente.
It worked a minute earlier. Don't worry, we will subtract this time from your presentation. Just kidding. Okay, yes, now we see it. Very briefly, before talking about the special employment centers and specifically the special social initiatives employment centers and its importance for persons with disabilities, I would like to say that I really loved what Victoria presented, because it is true that in Europe there are a lot of projects going on, employment projects for vulnerable groups, and looking to a different option, different from the traditional companies, focusing on vulnerable groups to respond to the lacks that the traditional market has. In my opinion, the traditional labor market is increasingly excluding some groups, for example, long-term unemployed people, people over 45, persons with disabilities, etc., and other vulnerable groups that are joining what we consider to be the vulnerable groups. The civil society, social initiatives, and such are trying to respond to this reality. The social sector is a great example of the civil society organizing itself in our country. And the focus is always the same, defending and demanding the rights. In our case, we want to defend and demand the rights of persons with disabilities. The social sector has also worked on managing the services and collaborating with the public sector. However, usually we do not pay enough attention to the development of the social participation of the civil society to respond to the needs of the vulnerable groups, education services, social services, and in our case, employment services. The social sector is not only made up of associations and foundations who are devoted to vindicating rights, but rather the social sector also has other roles and different ways of organizing itself in the social economy, what is known in Europe as social companies. So in social companies, we also see the presence of the social sector. The social sector is something that traditionally has been somewhat ignored, and we must claim and defend that we are just another economic sector. It is true that we work in a different way, the traditional companies, but we are part of the economy, and as such, we are an integral part of the social economy, in our case, focused on persons with disabilities. We are an economic stakeholders, we are an economic agent because we manage services, we generate wealth, and we create employment in our sector for persons with disabilities, but also for persons without disabilities who are part of our workforce and our initiatives. So we have to give more visibility to this role of a social agent and economic agent. As has been mentioned, the labor market dynamics are creating more barriers and are establishing more limits for persons with disabilities and for persons without disabilities. And companies that are part of the social economy have become an alternative that creates work opportunities for the most vulnerable groups. The European Pillar of Social Rights, as has been shown before, is clearly focused on promoting equal opportunities in the labor market for everyone. And again, in our case, we specifically focus on the rights of persons with disabilities. The social initiatives in the framework of the social economy promoted by a collective initiative would fall in this framework of new alternative ways of employment, alternative ways of creating employment and of understanding employment. And here we're talking about special social initiative employment centers. And we see this as these new social economy companies. we still have the name of a special employment center. However, our role is to create employment for our group of interest, that is people with disabilities. And we always try that the person with disabilities has a dignified job in that employment center. And I wanted to talk about the terminology because Article 27 of the Convention says that employment ventures that are managed and led by persons with disabilities, including those that are jointly owned and democratically controlled, and the entities that represent it, may not be considered segregated employment if they provide just and favorable conditions of work on an equal basis with others. And the action plan for the social economy of the European Union also mentions specifically that social economy can be a key instrument to support the most vulnerable group. And it mentions how the social economy complements the actions of the member states in providing social services. That is the role of managing services that I mentioned before. And the social economy can also complement the efforts of the member states when it comes to integrating specific groups such as the young people and persons with disabilities or the elderly. This action plan also mentions that the social economy is a bridge towards the integration of persons with disabilities in the labor market, because we do not see social initiatives in an isolated manner. Social initiatives are part of the economy in general. The special social initiative employment centers are therefore part of the social economy. Social entrepreneurship and social economy can be of specific interest for young people, persons with disabilities, and other groups who are underrepresented in the labor market. Again, in this case, we focus on persons with disabilities, and also we include young people and migrants. The role that the social economy has in their lives is key because social economy generates work opportunities for these most vulnerable groups. We almost had a comprehensive law on social economy. There was a draft, but because of the elections, so it has not moved forward yet. But this law, this draft, included the definition of what we understand in Spain when we talk about social companies. It is a concept based on the definition used by the European Union as well, and includes the special social initiative employment centers and such initiatives. And the purpose is any activity, any purpose in any economic sector, as long as the goal is the integration into the labor market of most vulnerable groups and and to create more opportunities for them. Again, in this case, focusing on persons with disabilities. But social companies need to have a social purpose, and they have to reinvest their profit in generating more employment for the most vulnerable groups. 4 minutes. Okay, I'll try to be quick. The the centers that we are discussing would be therefore considered as social companies, and as such they would be obliged to share their profit, rather to not distribute their profit, but rather reinvest it. These special social initiative employment centers have a social value. We fully comply with the rights of persons with disabilities. We adhere to ethical principles, and we look for a social impact complying with the SDGs. And in our entrepreneur activity and our business activity, we always proceed with the social economy values. And what is our value? Well, we work towards social inclusion, we create employment, we put people at the core, we put their needs at the core. We have a real social impact, and our social impact is not creating profit so it can be distributed, but rather for this profit to be reinvested for the social benefit. And we contribute throughout the country to developing all areas, whether it be rural or urban areas. We try to find a balance. We try to find a balance between what is social and what is considered to be economic to guarantee sustainability. People are at the core, and social entrepreneurship is how we put them at the core. We give employment opportunities to persons with disabilities so they can work on their development, employment development. We provide training. We provide them with skills. And thanks to that, our entities are an ecosystem of true support for persons with disabilities. We are continuously adapting to the new realities, and this is part of our DNA. And we always work with the SDGs in mind. So, in just a few words, the social initiatives is a different way of doing business from the social values and towards a social Europe. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Josefa, estupendo.
Thank you, Josefa. I will as a takeaway, I will take that social companies are a social engine, and that these special social initiative employment centers are non-profit that want to reinvest. We will now hear from Diana Bojorquez, who will talk about the work they do with persons with autism, and they have currently a project with Casa Batlló in Barcelona, which I think is beautiful. Diana, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If you can pass me the clicker, please. I'm like the physician at the end of the morning, you know, with a long delay after a whole morning of seeing patients. I'll be very fast and I'll tell you our experience in Specialist Terne. How was it born? It was created by Torkil Sonne out of an idea in a piece of paper. He had 3 children, one of them got a diagnosis of autism, and this is like our Newton apple. This piece of paper led to what I'm going to tell you. He was a manager in a technological company, and when he saw this paper, he thought it was important. It was the roadmap of Europe. Without mistakes, his child had been working with the map, and then he thought, how could we transform these skills into something focused on employment? And then he created the first office of specialist in Denmark. Some figures. 1% of the population in the world has autism, 1 out of 44 people, and 85% are unemployed, mainly due to the strategies that are implemented to access employment, because we think that a CV and an interview are the ways of meeting someone when you want to hire them. And this is not the case. There are many other ways of doing that. A CV is only a summary of the opportunities you've had in your life. And an interview is a social event for people who have very good social skills. And people with autism are not always socially skilled. So we have a reality of people with the skills who are unemployed. What do we do? Specialisterne means the specialist in Danish. What do? We accompany those specialists in a race for training, inclusion, and awareness raising. We're a bridge for those people with specific skills. Not all of them are geniuses, not all of them have extraordinary skills. They just have specific skills that we need to explore. How do we explore them? Through training and employment with support. Because when a specialist center was created, the founder wanted to go straight to employment, but then he realized that you cannot have employment without prior training. And training allows you to develop skills and competences to achieve employment. So we not only work in employment with support, but we go back. That is, we try to go one step backwards further in the life story of the person, working on specific technical training. We also have developed a step back trainings, that is vocational training, and we've reached other profiles in autism that, as you may know, is a wide spectrum of different skills with different support needs. And we connect with companies so that we can place value to those skills. And this is what most of us would like to do. What I'm good at, where do I feel good, and how much do I get for that? I mean, this is what we aim for when we have employment. Well, this is the same, but with a collective that needs support when looking for a job. These are some of the partners we work with, because we cannot do this alone. We need many people who believe that people with autism have a lot to contribute. They can contribute things to the team. We invest a long time to train teams and companies, not only people. We talk about inclusion, not embedding. You know, we don't bring a person and forget about them. No, we train teams so that they are able to give the supports that that person will need. Different intensities, and they'll be different over time. There are many technological companies, as you see on this line, for many reasons. One, because some people with autism have skills that fit really well with tasks that are carried out in technological companies. Also because there's a big gap when looking for professionals in technological sector. And also because we've seen that they are mentally open to difference and diversity. We also work with the bank sector because they have many tasks to offer, some simple, others more complex, and we work with anyone who is committed to diversity. What impact do we want to have? On the one hand, we have an economic impact because we're talking about a source of talent, and talent has different forms. We want to improve management. This is an important feedback we get from our clients. my team has changed. The way I understand how to manage people has changed after this experience. It's as if you were throwing a stone on a pond and you generate different waves. If 85% of those people do not have employment, the fact of having an employment, it will change their quality of life and the quality of life of their family, but also of teams and organizations. We also have profiles that are associated to low staff turnover. I mean, people with autism will want to change jobs sooner or later, but usually they're associated to a low staff turnover, unlike what many people think. People think that hiring someone with disability means that they're going to leave work or be absent often, and this is not the case. And then socially, we are in line with corporate social responsibility. I mean, volunteer work is fine, but it's not the same. I mean, when they're not volunteers, it changes the way you see diversity. And then we also have, this has a social impact because you give them an opportunity. They have a condition which is not visible, and so it's a different type of support. The idea of Torquil, the founder, I'm going to create a social organization for people with autism to help them find employment. Well, we have activity now in 26 countries, and in all those countries we have partners we work with. They help us finding the right profiles, and also they help us in training. They help us opening doors to employment. And as I was saying, it's not something we do individually. And even though we are in very diverse countries, in diverse cultures, we're present in India, Australia, Latin America, the US, Canada, Italy, Iceland, we find always the same need. People who want to work and opportunities that sometimes don't arrive fast. How have we changed? How have we evolved? We're going to turn 20 next year. How have we changed in those 26 countries? Well, first, internationalization. We have global customers, for instance, with Procter & Gamble. They produce most soaps we use in our life. We work in Costa Rica, Poland, the US. With SAP, software designer, we work in different regions of the world. So we have to think about internationalization. Partners, as I said before, it's not an individual work. And we like to be connected with COCEMFE. We have to understand that this is a reality. We have to work together. Years ago, I found a professional from a social organization, and we were talking about our project, and he told me, if I send them and they find a job, I'm not going to be paid for employment prospection. And I mean, we want that people to get a job with you, with myself, with whomever. They need to take advantage of their training. Then company plus foundation means that we can get resources for those projects that do not have money revenue. For instance, labor guidance. We've taken some steps backwards in the life cycle. We had adults looking for employment. Then we thought about training. What can we teach? Social and labor skills, Java, social development. But we realized that some people end compulsory education and they don't know what they want to study. And when you have autism, sometimes it's more difficult to know what you really want to do. And so we went backwards and we said, do you know what you're good at? let's think what you are good at, and then we'll see if you need vocational training, university, whatever. With the foundation, we realized that we could do that type of projects. All our training is free of charge, the support we give is free of charge for the person. So we looked for a different type of resources so that we could reach profiles with higher needs of support, or profiles who need to know to decide what they want to do with their life. 4 minutes left, Diana. Different models. We have service models where you have a task and I provide you the people for that task. Then we have direct hiring projects where I give you support from beginning to end so that you can include people with autism. We have to be very flexible as organizations because the market is changing. Then conditions of people, not that much, but the conditions of the market are changing. Then we should talk about innovation. For instance, now there's a regulation concerning, or rather standard on diversity. And so we have to push the companies not only to certified on occupational risks, but also on diversity. How are you including people with diversity? It is great that you have adaptations, that you've made adaptations, but how do you focus on people? And then very different project, that was a spoiler. We want to break a myth. I mean, that people with autism cannot work as customer service, sorry. And I'd like to show you now our project in Casa Batlló. We have about 80 people with autism and similar conditions working in Casa Batlló. People with neurodiversity and other conditions have more barriers when looking for a job. We have found talents we never thought about. Neurodiversity is a way of seeing life. To have a job changed my life completely. I'm different, but aren't we all? Work connects me with the world. Give me the opportunity and I will surprise you. We are waiting for you. I'd like to end by adding that for us, this is part of the evolution of the disability model. The responsibility is not of the people having a condition, but of us all, of including them. I mean, we not only need lifts and ramps and supports, we need to change the culture in organizations. And this is what we do with Especialisterne. Thank you.
Bueno, fantástico.
Splendid. Non-curricular hiring, economic and social impact, full support, and then that spoiler. Okay, I'd like to thank you all, and my apologies, Diana, Victoria, and Josefa, for rushing you, but Eduardo and Homero have told me that if I wasn't strict with them, they would fire me. So now we move to the closing of the session.
Bueno, vamos a concluir.
We are going to close this event firstly by thanking all the different speakers who have given us a wide perspective of what's going on in Europe in the employment and the education sector. And then it would also like to thank all the audience here in person and also those following online. It has been a very successful event. To close this event, I will give the floor to Manuel Zafiro, who is here in representation of the European Commission of the offices in Barcelona. Welcome, Manuel. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I would like to congratulate the organizers, COCEMFE Spain, COCEMFE Catalunya, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Union, and also a big shout out to the audience following in person and online. My sincere congratulations to all of you. It has been a wonderful day, and it has as I was saying, this event is a great example of how to give visibility to what the principles mean in practice, specifically principle number 17 of the pillar of the European pillar of social rights, focusing on people with disabilities. We have heard from representations from many levels and areas of work, from the institutions, public stakeholders, private stakeholders, from associations, foundations, the business sector, etc. I think that we have been able to hear from political initiatives, but also in the field initiatives, such as the European agenda presented by Monica Chava, and also the National Pact here in Catalonia, the National Pact for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the Accessibility Code that has been mentioned as well. We have also heard about inclusive education system and the inclusion policies and new ways of funding projects. We have also heard from specific initiatives in the framework of European projects such as REACT, the Recovery and Resilience Plans, the European Social Funds, Erasmus Plus program. That allowed for the included school projects to exist. We have also learned of second chance schools, the territories of zero unemployment that Victoria presented, and also amazing projects. The last one that we just saw from Specialistern, for example, as Diana presented. All this, I think, was a very positive exchange of good practices based on the experience and the engagement of persons with disabilities, but also the engagement and participation of the entire society, families, associations, the education community, city and local governments, etc. Marta highlighted actually the role of cities to work towards this most inclusive society. I would like to use an example that I actually borrowed by the president of the European Commission. She shared this story, this anecdote. I think you may have heard her telling this story, but I will take the liberty of using it here. because I am sure that you are aware of it, but unfortunately we need to keep talking about. The President von der Leyen said that throughout her life she has had the chance of meeting wonderful people and extraordinary people, and one of the persons she met was Dr. Karl-Heinz Mittelhart, whom he met when she was the social affair minister about 15 years ago. This doctor is a psychologist. He is in a wheelchair. He has been in a wheelchair since the late 60s, and he works to help people with disabilities to find fulfilling employment. And the President von der Leyen explained that it shocked her to learn that persons with disabilities need to be part of society. And this shocked her because it is obvious, but unfortunately not everyone sees it that way. Being part of society and promoting their inclusion in society is one of our goals as a European Commission. We work with European citizens to further promote their inclusion in the making and working of the European Union. In this matter, we want them involved in terms of employment, inclusion, education, etc. And we realized that there was a mismatch, as Eleonora Lamio mentioned. There is a mismatch between what companies look for and the skills that job seekers have. They want students, they want persons who learn. There are different considerations to take into account that lead to other gaps, such as the gender gap as well, and the skills gap. There are many different requirements, and in order to fulfill the requirements that the job market is looking for, people with disabilities need to have accessibility. And in order to have full accessibility to the education and training system, we need to do away with physical and mental barriers as well. Ms. Tava explained that we are working on several projects such as the disability card, the disability parking card, and campaigns, for example, as well, to raise awareness. The European Union is a union of values, and precisely in the areas of non-discrimination, inclusion, accessibility, equal opportunities, inclusion, where we can apply the values that represent us, and we want to apply these values in our daily lives. If we apply our values in our daily lives, we will turn priorities into realities that has been mentioned throughout the day. It is an individual responsibility, but also a collective responsibility to guarantee that accessibility is for everyone. The European Commissioner who is in charge of equality, Ms. Dalli, is aware of today's event, and she wants to reiterate her commitment. Laura and Carlos, who is here, want to join in this commitment. We have been following this event, and we will share with the team all your suggestions, good practices, and requests as well. I would like to finish by thanking you for your commitment. We have work to do, and we will do it. Thank you.
vamos a...
Okay, now let's have something to eat. Thank you all.